Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Last Ember of Eldoria, Chapter 1, The Fading Light. In the quaint village of Gren's Hollow, nestled at the edge of the vast and whispering Larkswood forest, Lysa had always felt a peculiar out-of-placeness, like a star dislodged from the night sky. Orphaned and taken in by old Master Tullen, the town's cartographer, she had grown into a skilled mapmaker by her 17th year, her hands more often stained with ink than not. The morning that would set her life spiraling into the realms of ancient prophecies and forgotten magics began like any other, with the sweet scent of juniper berries and the soft golden hue of dawn. Lysa was arranging freshly inked maps in the sunlit workshop when she noticed something unusual tucked away in a neglected drawer. It was an old brittle map, more a relic than a guide, its edges curling and the parchment yellowed with age. As she unfurled it carefully, a puff of dust motes danced in the slanting sunbeams. The map depicted not only the familiar terrain of Eldoria, but also marked several enigmatic locations with the symbol of an ember. These were not ordinary markings. They shimmered faintly with a subtle glow, visible only from the corner of her eye. Intrigued, Lysa brought the map to Master Tullen, who was sipping his morning tea with a furrowed brow. "Where did you find this?" he asked, adjusting his spectacles. "In the bottom drawer, under a pile of old survey reports," she replied, laying the map on the table between them. Master Tullen leaned closer, his eyes widening. This is no ordinary map, Lysa. It's a map of the embers, ancient artifacts of great power said to sustain the very essence of magic in our world. I thought them lost to myth. Why would it be hidden here in your workshop?" Lysa asked, a mixture of excitement and apprehension stirring within her. "That, I do not know," he admitted, his voice tinged with unease. "But finding it now when the world grows darker and the magic wanes, it may not be mere coincidence. It could be fate." Lysa's heart quickened. She had felt the change in the air, the slow creep of shadows and the dulling of the forest's whispers. Magic was fading, and with it, light. Master Tullen's next words were hesitant, heavy with the weight of unspoken stories. "Lysa, there's something you must know about your parents. They were not just ordinary folk. Your mother was a scholar of ancient magics, and your father, he was one of the last known Ember Wardens." "Ember Wardens?" Lysa echoed, her mind racing. "Yes, guardians chosen to protect the embers and renew their power. It seems you've inherited more than just their sharp minds," he said, a hint of a smile breaking through his worry. Lysa looked down at her hands, no longer just tools for inking maps, but possibly a means to reshape the world. "What should I do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Master Tullen stood, his chair scraping softly against the wooden floor. "If you feel the call of your heritage, then you must journey to these marked locations. Perhaps you can rekindle the embers and restore balance, but it will be dangerous, and you will need allies." As she rolled up the ancient map, securing it with a leather strap, Lysa felt the weight of her decision settle around her. "I'll do it," she said, more to herself than to Tullen. "For Eldoria, for magic, and for my parents." With a resolute nod, Master Tullen handed her a small, sturdy satchel. "Then take this, for the roads ahead are long. And Lysa, be careful who you trust." Stepping out into the crisp morning air, Lysa felt the world shift around her. Gren's Hollow was no longer just her home, but the starting point of a journey that could change the fate of Eldoria. As she passed familiar faces and houses dappled in sunlight, she knew that the next time she returned, if at all, she would not be the same. The adventure was beginning, and the path ahead was hers to shape. Chapter 2: Echoes of the Past. The day had begun to wane as Lysa made her way to the modest stone cottage at the edge of the village, where Master Corin, an old family friend, lived. The path was familiar, a winding trail lined with goldenrod and wild thyme, their scents mingling in the cool air. Master Corin, once a scholar of renown in the greater realms of Eldoria, had retired in Gren's Hollow, where the pace of life was slower and the troubles of the wider world seldom intruded. His home was cluttered with books, scrolls, and artifacts from his travels. each shelf and table telling stories of a life spent in pursuit of knowledge. Lysa knocked gently on the weathered wood door, her heart thumping unevenly. The door creaked open, and there stood Corin, his hair more silver than she remembered, his eyes still sharp but crinkled with warmth. "Lysa, my dear, what brings you here with such urgency?" he asked, stepping aside to let her in. "I found something important," Lysa began, unfurling the ancient map on a cluttered table. "Master Tolan said it's a map of the embers, and that my parents were involved with them. He suggested I speak to you." Corin adjusted his glasses, studying the map with a mix of astonishment and nostalgia. "Ah, yes, the embers. Your mother was a brilliant scholar, Lysa. She believed the embers were not just sources of power but essential to the fabric of our world. And your father, well, he was brave, one of the last to accept the mantle of Ember Warden. They both knew the dangers involved but believed in their duty to protect the balance of magic. Why didn't anyone tell me about this before?" Lysa's voice wavered slightly, a mix of hurt and confusion threading through her words. Corin sighed, a sound of old grief. After they disappeared, there was fear of attracting the wrong attention. The cult of the Shadow Veil had always been opposed to the Wardens. "We thought keeping you unaware would protect you, keep you safe from the same fate." Lysa felt the weight of years of unspoken truths settle around her. "And now?" she asked. "Now," Corin replied, "it seems fate has a way of catching up with us, no matter how hard we try to outrun it. And I believe your parents would want you to embrace this part of your heritage." They spent hours discussing the embers, their origins shrouded in the mists of time, said to have been created by the ancient Eldorians to harness the elemental forces of nature: earth, air, fire, and water. Corin explained that each ember was linked to a specific element, and to renew them, a warden must understand and connect with these primal forces. "The map shows the locations where the embers can be rekindled," Corin pointed out. "But be wary, for each site is protected by trials, puzzles that test the warden's wisdom and virtues." "How do I even begin preparing for such trials?" Lysa asked, her resolve firming even as doubts swirled in her mind. "Start with the people you trust," Corin advised, giving her a steady look. "You'll need allies, perhaps those with knowledge of the world beyond these village borders, and skills that complement your own." As night fell, Corin handed Lysa a small, leather-bound book. "This was your mother's journal. Take it. It might help guide you where words fail." Clutching the journal to her chest, Lysa felt a connection to her parents she had never known, a link across time bound by shared destiny. She stepped out into the night, the stars overhead bright and clear, whispers of the past echoing in her heart. "Thank you, Corin," she said, her voice steady despite the swirling emotions. "For everything. Go with the stars, Lysa," Corin called out as she walked down the path, the journal a beacon in the darkness, guiding her towards an unknown future. As Lysa disappeared into the night, Corin whispered to the stars, "Protect her as you once protected them." With her path set before her and her heart fortified by newfound truths, Lysa prepared to gather her allies at dawn, ready to confront the destiny that awaited her beyond the tranquil borders of Gren's Hollow. Chapter 3: The Call to Adventure. The morning air was crisp, laden with a hint of frost as Lysa stepped out of her cottage, the journal of her mother tucked safely in her satchel alongside the ancient map. She had barely slept, her mind racing with plans, fears, and a simmering excitement that something monumental was about to begin. Today, she would start gathering her allies, essential companions for the perilous journey ahead. Her first stop was the local inn, a bustling hub in Gren's Hollow known as the Gilded Stag. It was early, but the inn was already alive with the clatter of dishes and the low murmur of early risers. Among them was Alric, an old wizard whom Master Corin had recommended. Known for his gruff demeanor and fierce loyalty, Alric was often found in the corner of the inn, nursing a mug of strong tea and poring over tattered scrolls. Lysa approached cautiously, her heart thumping in her chest. "Master Alric," she inquired, her voice steady despite her nerves. Ulrich looked up, his eyes piercing beneath bushy, unkempt eyebrows. "And you are?" he gruffed, setting down his scroll. "I'm Lysa. Master Corin suggested I speak with you about a journey I am to undertake. A journey? Ulrich's interest seemed piqued, but he maintained a skeptical frown. What sort of journey? Lysa took a deep breath and explained about the embers, the ancient map, and her parents' legacy. As she spoke, Ulrich's expression shifted from skepticism to a more thoughtful, albeit still guarded curiosity. So, you mean to rekindle these embers, and think an old man like me might help? Ulrich said, stroking his beard. It's been many years since I've meddled in matters of magic and myth. But you believe in them, the embers? Lysa pressed. Hopeful. Ulrich nodded slowly. I do, and I suppose your story has the ring of truth, or at least the kind of truth that's worth pursuing. Very well, I'll join you, but we'll need more than an old wizard and a young mapmaker if we're to succeed. Grateful, Lysa thanked him, and together they discussed who else might be recruited. Ulrich suggested they seek out Jorin, a skilled rogue known for his dexterity and quick wit, which would be invaluable on their journey. Jorin had a reputation as a troublemaker, but also as someone who had a good heart beneath his roguish exterior. They found Jorin at the market, expertly juggling apples to the amusement of a crowd of children. Lysa watched as he caught the apples with a flourish, bowing dramatically to the clapping crowd. As the children dispersed, Ulrich led the way, clearing his throat loudly. Jorin, a moment of your time, if you please, Ulrich said, his tone brooking no argument. Jorin, recognizing Ulrich, straightened up with a smirk. To what do I owe the pleasure, Master Wizard? Looking to learn a trick or two? We're setting out on a journey, one that might just put your skills to the test, Ulrich replied, casting a glance at Lysa. Intrigued, Jorin listened as Lysa explained their mission. By the time she finished, his smirk had faded into a serious expression. Count me in, he said finally. It's been too long since I've been part of something bigger than petty theft and parlor tricks. With her initial companions gathered, Lysa felt a burgeoning sense of hope and determination. They spent the rest of the day planning, poring over the map, and preparing supplies. As dusk fell, they agreed to meet at dawn, at the edge of the village. From there, they would step into the unknown, chasing whispers of magic and the echo of a call that could not be ignored. That night, Lysa lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. Her heart was full of fear and excitement, aware of the dangers ahead, but also of the incredible journey that lay before them. She was no longer just Lysa the mapmaker. She was Lysa, a burgeoning Ember Warden, stepping into her parents' legacy, ready to face whatever challenges awaited on the path to rekindling the embers. Chapter 4, Crossing the Threshold. The first light of dawn cast a soft glow over Gren's Hollow as Lysa, Ulrich, and Jorin assembled at the village's edge. The air was crisp, and a thin mist hovered over the ground, shrouding their departure in an almost mystical veil. Lysa felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Stepping beyond the familiar boundaries of the village symbolized a true beginning of their quest. With a final look at the cozy cottages of Gren's Hollow, Lysa turned to face the unknown. This is it, she said, more to herself than to her companions. Ulrich, who carried a sturdy staff and a pack filled with scrolls and potions, nodded solemnly. The path won't be easy, but it's necessary. The first leg of our journey takes us through Larkswood Forest. It's said that the magic of the forest is old and unpredictable. Stay alert. Jorin, with his light-footed stride and a pair of daggers at his belt, grinned. Lead the way, young mapmaker. The trio entered Larkswood Forest, and immediately the atmosphere changed. The trees stood tall and ancient, their trunks wide and covered in thick moss. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, leaving the forest floor dappled with shadows. Every step they took was muffled by a thick carpet of fallen leaves, and the air was heavy with the scent of earth and old magic. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to watch them, an unspoken presence felt in the whisper of leaves and the occasional flash of wildlife darting through underbrush. Lysa recalled her parents' journal entries about the forest's capricious nature, warning of paths that might shift or disappear altogether. The first challenge arose sooner than expected. A creek, swollen from recent rains, blocked their path. The map showed a crossing further upstream, but the water had washed away much of the bank, making it treacherous. We need to find a way across, Lysa said, scanning the area. The map isn't much help here. Jorim stepped forward, his eyes assessing the creek. I might have an idea, he said. He took a running start and leapt, landing agilely on the other side. From his pouch, he produced a coil of rope. Catch, he called, throwing the rope back to Alric, who secured it around a sturdy tree. Good thinking, Alric commended. Using the makeshift rope bridge, Lysa and Alric crossed the creek with care. Once on the other side, they continued, their spirits lifted by the successful teamwork. The deeper they went into the forest, the stranger the occurrences. They stumbled upon a grove where the trees seemed to breathe, their trunks expanding and contracting in a slow, eerie rhythm. Whispers filled the air, voices of the forest speaking in a forgotten tongue. Keep close, Alric warned, his voice low. This part of the forest is alive with memories. Don't listen to the voices, they can drive a person mad. As they navigated through the whispering grove, Lysa felt a chill run down her spine. She remembered her mother's words. To walk through Larkswood is to walk through time itself. Clutching the journal close, she focused on the sound of her companion's footsteps, anchoring herself to the present. Finally, they emerged from the grove, the forest beginning to thin as they approached its edge. The sun was setting, casting long shadows that seemed to chase them out of the woodland. When they stepped clear of the trees, the land opened up before them, rolling fields stretching towards distant mountains. They made camp at the forest's edge, the first threshold crossed, but many more lying ahead. As they sat around the campfire, Lysa took out her parents' journal, reading passages aloud under the stars. The words, imbued with hope and caution, reinforced their resolve. We've made it through the first test, Lysa said, closing the journal. But this is just the beginning. Alric nodded, his eyes reflecting the firelight. Yes, and we will face many more challenges, but together, I believe we can overcome them. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the trio shared stories of their pasts, forging bonds not just of necessity, but of genuine friendship. Lysa listened, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. She was no longer alone, she was part of something greater. A quest, not just to save magic, but to discover the depths of her own strength. Chapter 5, The Night of Ashes. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue over their makeshift camp, Lysa, Alric, and Jorim packed their belongings and prepared to continue their journey. Today they would traverse the open fields toward the highlands, where the first of the embers awaited them. The land was vast, and the mountains loomed in the distance like ancient guardians cloaked in mist. The journey across the fields was uneventful at first, the vast expanse offering little cover, but much to see. Wild flowers dotted the landscape, swaying gently in the breeze, and the occasional bird of prey circled overhead, casting sharp-eyed glances at the ground below. However, as they neared the rugged foothills, the tranquility of their passage was abruptly shattered. A cry for help pierced the air, echoing off the stony outcrops. Rushing toward the source, they found a small band of travelers beset by a group of bandits. At the center of the fray was a lone figure, a woman clad in chainmail, wielding a battered sword with desperate skill. Despite her valiant efforts, the bandits were closing in, her energy flagging. Without hesitation, Alric began chanting, his hands weaving an intricate pattern as he summoned a gust of wind that swept several bandits off their feet. Jorim darted forward, his daggers flashing as he helped to even the odds. Lysa, not trained in combat, aided the other travelers, helping them to safety behind a nearby outcrop. As the tide of the battle turned, the woman in chainmail took advantage of the confusion sown by her unexpected allies. With renewed vigor, she dispatched the last of her assailants, her movements precise and deadly. As the dust settled, she approached Lysa and her companions, her expression one of cautious gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse from exertion. "I am Surya, once a knight of the Order of the Crimson Blade, now merely a wanderer." Ulrich, assessing any further threat from the now dispersed bandits, nodded to her. "What brings a knight such as yourself to be traveling alone in these parts?" Syria sheathed her sword, the metal ringing softly. "I was searching for redemption, for a cause to serve after being exiled from my order under unjust accusations. Now, I seek a way to restore my honor, Lysa stepped forward, feeling a kinship with the knight's plight. We are on a quest to restore the ancient embers, the sources of magic in our land. We could use someone with your skills, and perhaps in aiding us, you might find what you seek. Syria considered this, her gaze drifting to the mountains. A quest for the embers. Yes, I've heard tales of them in my travels. Very well, I will join you. Not just in search of my redemption, but to protect something worth fighting for. With Syria now among their ranks, the group felt stronger and more diverse in their capabilities. They spent the rest of the day making their way through the rugged terrain of the highlands, sharing stories and strategies. As evening approached, they camped at the edge of a wooded area near the base of the mountains. The air was cooler here, the scent of pine and earth strong and refreshing. Syria took the first watch, sitting quietly by the fire, her eyes alert and thoughtful. Lysa, unable to sleep, joined her. "Why were you really exiled?" she asked softly, curious about the knight's past. Syria looked at her, a faint smile touching her lips. "I was accused of betraying secrets to our enemies, but the truth is, I discovered corruption within my order. I spoke out against it, and they silenced me with exile." Lysa nodded, understanding the weight of carrying such a burden. "You're not alone anymore, Syria. Together, we'll face whatever comes our way." The knight nodded, her gaze lifting to the stars. "Together," she agreed, the firelight casting dancing shadows over her solemn features. That night, under the starlit sky, the bonds of their fellowship deepened, each member driven by their own reasons, but united by a common cause. With each step, they moved closer, not only to their goal, but also to understanding the true strength found in unity and shared purpose. Chapter 6: The City of Mirrors. The journey from the highlands took Lysa and her companions through changing landscapes until they reached the outskirts of Saloria, known as the City of Mirrors. Its name derived from the countless reflective surfaces adorning the buildings, polished metal panels and glass windows that gleamed under the sun, casting myriad reflections and creating a dazzling array of light that could be seen from miles away. As they entered the city, the hustle and bustle was overwhelming compared to the quiet of the countryside. Merchants hawked their wares loudly, children ran through the streets playing games, and all manner of people bustled about their daily lives. The city was a hub of trade and intrigue, attracting travelers, traders, and adventurers from all across Eldoria. Lysa and her group made their way to the central district, where the wealthiest merchants and nobles resided. Their target was a merchant prince known for his extensive collection of rare artifacts and, more importantly, his rumored possession of an ancient artifact needed to rekindle one of the embers. Navigating through the intricate maze of streets, they finally arrived at the opulent mansion of the merchant prince. The building was a marvel of architecture, with walls like sheets of glass and decorations that shimmered like water. Syria, experienced in dealing with nobility, suggested they try diplomacy first. "I will handle the negotiations soon," Syria proposed, adjusting the cloak over her armor. "Merchant princes respect strength and titles. Let's hope my former rank holds some sway here." The group agreed, and Syria led them through the grand entrance, where they were immediately stopped by guards. After a tense moment and some persuasive talk from Syria, they were granted an audience with the merchant prince. Inside, the mansion was even more lavish, filled with exotic plants and water features that created a serene yet slightly ostentatious atmosphere. The merchant prince, a man of middle age with a sharp gaze and a calculating smile, received them in his study, which was lined with artifacts and books. Syria was direct, explaining their need for the artifact believed to rekindle the Ember of Air. The merchant prince, intrigued by their audacity in the mention of the embers, saw an opportunity. "I am a collector of rare items, and the ember artifacts are of particular interest to me," he mused, steepling his fingers. "Help me with a certain problem, and I will lend you the artifact you seek." The problem, it turned out, was a rival merchant who had stolen a valuable item from his collection. If Lysa and her companions could retrieve it, he would give them the artifact. Despite their reluctance to become embroiled in local politics, the urgency of their quest left them little choice. The plan was simple. Joren and Lysa would infiltrate the rival merchant's estate under the cover of night, retrieve the stolen item, and return it to the merchant prince. Ulrich and Syria would stand by for support if things went awry. That night, under a cloak of darkness, Jorin and Lysa, using their skills and the cover provided by the bustling night markets, managed to sneak into the estate. The heist was fraught with close calls and tense moments, but thanks to their teamwork and Jorin's quick thinking, they secured the item, a beautifully crafted astrolabe, and escaped unnoticed. Upon returning the stolen item to the merchant prince, he was pleased and true to his word. Handed over the ancient artifact needed for the Ember of Air. "Consider this alone," he said, his eyes glinting with unspoken plans. "I expect you to return it once your task is complete." With the artifact in hand, Lysa felt a mix of triumph and unease. They had delved into the murky waters of Saloria's elite and come out successful, but at what cost? As they left the City of Mirrors, the reflective surfaces cast their triumphant yet wary figures back at them, a reminder of the complexities of their journey. As they set up camp outside the city limits, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the weight of their actions and the road ahead weighed heavily on Lysa's mind. Yet, the resolve in her heart grew stronger. With each step, they moved closer to rekindling the embers, and Lysa knew that no matter the challenges, they must press on. Chapter 7: Shadows Amongst the Glimmer. Leaving the City of Mirrors behind, the group's spirits were high from their successful mission, yet a palpable tension lingered as they ventured toward the mountain pass that would lead them to the Temple of the Ember of Air. Lysa, clutching the ancient artifact from the merchant prince, couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that they were being watched. As they made their way through a narrow gorge, the shadows seemed to move, flickering in and out of existence at the edge of their vision. Syria, ever vigilant, was the first to voice her concerns. "We should be wary. This pass has a reputation for harboring thieves, and worse." Her warning came none too soon. As the path twisted through a particularly narrow part of the gorge, the group was ambushed. Shadows detached from the rocky walls, materializing into the forms of cloaked figures. The cult of the Shadow Veil, their dark robes blending into the dusk, had finally decided to make their move. The cultists were silent but deadly, their attacks coordinated and ruthless. Aldrich acted quickly, throwing up a protective barrier of wind around the group, buying them a few precious moments. "We need to break through their ranks," he shouted over the howl of the wind. Jorin and Syria nodded, drawing their weapons. With a fierce cry, Syria charged, her sword clashing against the cultists' blades. Jorin, nimble and quick, darted around the edges, seeking to disrupt their formation. Lysa, though less experienced in combat, knew that the artifact they carried was the target of the attack. Clutching the artifact to her chest, she used her knowledge of the terrain to her advantage, guiding the group through less obvious paths and rocky crevices, leading some of the cultists into narrow spots where they could be more easily ambushed. The battle was chaotic, a blur of movement and elemental magic. Ulrich, channeling his strength, summoned a gust of wind so powerful it swept several cultists off their feet, hurling them back into the gorge's walls. As the fight drew on, the cultists' leader, a figure shrouded in deeper darkness than his fellows, stepped forward. His presence was chilling, and when he spoke, his voice seemed to echo from the very depths of the earth. "Hand over the artifact, and your passage will be spared. Defy us, and this gorge will be your grave." Lysa, standing behind her protectors, felt a surge of defiance. She remembered her parents, her village, and the fading light of Eldoria. "We will not be intimidated by shadows and threats," she called out, her voice surprisingly steady. "The embers will be rekindled." With a determined look, Ulrich prepared another spell, while Syria, using the moment of distraction, charged at the cult leader. The battle intensified, but the cultists, realizing their leader was under direct threat, began to falter. Seizing the moment, Jorin found an opening and threw a dagger, its blade catching the light as it spun through the air and struck the cult leader in the arm, causing him to falter. Syria took advantage, her sword meeting his with a spark of steel. The cultists, leader wounded and their numbers dwindling, retreated into the shadows from which they had emerged, their retreat covered by the falling night. Breathing heavily, the group regrouped, checking for injuries and reassessing their supplies. "They'll be back," Ulrich said gravely. "But we'll be ready." As they continued their journey, the shadows of the gorge seemed less menacing, the group's resolve having turned the tide this time. Lysa looked back once, feeling the weight of the artifact in her hand and the responsibility on her shoulders. The journey ahead promised more challenges, but today they had stood together and survived. The path to rekindling the embers was clear, and Lysa knew that no shadow, no matter how dark, could deter them from their mission. Chapter 8: The Whispering Mountains. After their narrow escape from the ambush in the gorge, Lysa and her companions continued their journey, the path winding upward into the cold, majestic heights of Mount Gelidor, known as the Whispering Mountains for the way the winds seemed to carry voices from the past. These peaks were steeped in legends and guarded secrets that few dared to discover. As they ascended, the air grew thinner and the temperature dropped. The landscape changed dramatically, from rugged foothills to slopes dotted with gnarled trees and patches of snow. The mountains seemed to challenge the travelers, testing their resolve with each step. Elric, using his knowledge of the terrain, led the group along ancient paths, known only to those who studied the old maps. The Temple of the Ember of Air is said to be guarded by the Keeper of Winds, a spirit as old as the mountains themselves, he explained, his voice carrying over the wind. We must be respectful, for we are intruders here. The path became treacherous as they neared the summit. Icy gusts whipped around them, carrying with them faint whispers that Lysa struggled to ignore. Remembering Alric's warning, she focused on the physical challenges of the climb, helping to secure ropes and find footholds in the slippery terrain. Jorin, nimble and sure-footed, scouted ahead, occasionally calling back to warn of ice patches or steep drops. Syria, her armor glistening with a thin layer of frost, kept a watchful eye for any sign of the cultists, though it seemed they had not dared to follow into the higher elevations. Finally, after a day of hard climbing, they reached a plateau where the wind howled with such ferocity, it was almost a physical barrier. Before them stood an ancient stone archway, the entrance to the temple etched with runes that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. "The Keeper of Winds awaits," Alric said, his voice solemn. "Remember, show no fear or arrogance. The Keeper is part of the mountain, part of the wind itself." One by one, they stepped through the archway. Inside, the wind seemed to calm, and they found themselves in a vast cavern, the walls lined with more glowing runes and large crystals that pulsed with an ethereal light. At the center of the cavern stood a figure, almost transparent, an apparition formed from swirling winds and mist. "Who dares to enter the sanctuary of the winds?" the figure boomed, its voice echoing off the stone walls. Lysa stepped forward, her heart pounding but her voice steady. "I am Lysa, descendant of the Ember Wardens, and I come to seek the blessing of the Keeper to rekindle the Ember of Air." The Keeper's eyes, bright like the stars above the mountain, fixed on her. Many have sought to control the winds, yet they remain untamed. "What makes you worthy, child of the lowlands?" Lysa took a deep breath, thinking of her parents, of her village, and of the fading magic in Eldoria. "I seek not to control, but to restore, to bring balance where there is discord. I am guided by the legacy of those who respected the power of the elements." The Keeper regarded her for a moment that stretched into eternity, then finally nodded. "Very well, you shall face the trial of winds. Prove your heart is true, and the Ember of Air shall awaken once more." The trial was like nothing Lysa had ever experienced. Winds tore through the cavern, howling and pushing against her with the force of a storm. Yet she stood firm, her resolve unyielding, her thoughts clear as she remembered the teachings from her mother's journal about harmony with nature. When the winds finally ceased, Lysa stood unscathed, her companions looking on in awe. The Keeper, now a gentle breeze that caressed her face, spoke softly. "You have proven your worth, Ember Warden. Go forth with the blessing of the winds." With a renewed sense of purpose, Lysa and her companions left the cavern, the artifact for the Ember of Air now warm with renewed magic. As they descended the mountain, the whispers of the past seemed to approve, and the path ahead, though still fraught with dangers, seemed a little less daunting. Array. Chapter 9: The Keeper of Flames. The descent from the Whispering Mountains brought a renewed sense of urgency to Lysa and her companions. Their success in awakening the ember of air had fortified their spirits, but it was also a stark reminder of the immense challenges that lay ahead. The next destination was the ancient forge of Eldoria, hidden within the fiery depths of the Vermilion Caverns, home to the Keeper of Flames. As they traveled through the temperate valleys that skirted the base of the mountains, the air grew warmer and the scenery changed from rocky slopes to lush, verdant woodlands, peppered with the bright reds and golds of autumn leaves. But as they approached the caverns, the vegetation began to thin out, replaced by scorched earth and rivers of lava that hinted at the fiery trials to come. Upon reaching the entrance of the Vermilion Caverns, the heat was almost oppressive, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and ash. The mouth of the cavern loomed like the gateway to another world, its edges charred and glowing faintly with residual heat. From wind to fire, the elements test us harshly, Alric noted, his eyes scanning the darkened interior of the cavern. Jorin, who had been unusually quiet during their approach, now stepped forward, his usual bravado tempered by caution. Fire can be a treacherous ally. Let's not underestimate the dangers inside. Syria adjusted her armor, checking her sword before looking back at the group. Keep close and watch your step. If the legends are true, the Keeper of Flames does not tolerate the weak or the foolhardy. With Syria leading, they entered the caverns, the light from the entrance quickly swallowed by the darkness. Soon their only illumination came from the molten rivers running alongside their path, casting an eerie glow on their faces. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the heat became, until they reached a vast chamber where the air shimmered with heat. At the center of this chamber stood an enormous forge, its fires still burning with an unnatural intensity, surrounded by an array of ancient blacksmith tools that seemed untouched by time. Standing before the forge was a figure, its body wreathed in flames, its features barely discernible through the blaze. "Who dares disturb the Keeper of Flames?" The figure boomed, its voice like the crackling of fire. Lysa stepped forward, feeling the heat sear her face, yet her voice remained steady. "I am Lysa, descendant of the Ember Wardens. I come to seek the blessing of the Keeper to rekindle the Ember of Fire." The Keeper's flames flared higher, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls of the chamber. Many have come, seeking power and glory. All have faltered. "What makes you worthy, child of the cool earth?" "I seek not for myself, but for the balance of our world." Lysa responded, her eyes fixed on the blazing figure. "The embers must be rekindled to preserve all life in Eldoria." The Keeper regarded her silently for a moment, then the flames seemed to pulse. "Then prove your resolve. Withstand the trial of fire, and you shall have my blessing." The trial was intense. Flames danced around Lysa, challenging her to step back, to give in to fear. But she remembered the winds of Mount Galador, the steadfastness of her friends, and the legacy she carried. Holding her ground, she allowed her conviction to shield her, not from the heat, but from the doubt it sought to sow. Finally, the flames receded, and the Keeper stood before her, now a mere silhouette of embers. "You have shown true courage and purpose. The Ember of Fire acknowledges your worth." With a grand gesture, the Keeper handed Lysa a small glowing coal, the heart of the Ember of Fire. "Use it wisely, Ember Warden, for fire is a fickle friend." As they left the cavern, the cool air outside was a balm to their scorched senses. Lysa looked at the ember in her hand, its warmth a comforting, steady pulse. They had faced the trials of wind and fire, and though more challenges awaited, Lysa knew they were prepared to face whatever the journey would bring. The path to rekindling the remaining embers stretched out before them, fraught with unknown dangers, but also filled with the promise of restoration. Chapter 10: Descent into the Mirrored Halls. Reinvigorated by their triumph in the Vermilion Caverns, Lysa and her companions pressed onward, their next destination marked by ancient tales and warnings. The enigmatic Mirrored Halls. Nestled beneath the crystal cliffs, these halls were a labyrinth of reflective surfaces that could confuse, enlighten, or entrap. The journey to the crystal cliffs was quiet, each member of the group lost in thought, pondering the trials they had faced, and those that lay ahead. As they approached the cliffs, the ground beneath their feet began to sparkle with embedded crystals, casting prisms of light that danced across the landscape. The mirrored halls are said to be both beautiful and dangerous. Alric explained, his eyes reflecting the myriad colors around them. Every surface is a mirror, not just reflecting light, but thoughts, memories, and truths. It will test our minds as much as our bodies. Jorin, usually so sure of himself, looked uneasy. "I'm more comfortable with shadows than reflections," he muttered, adjusting the daggers at his belt. Syria clapped him on the shoulder, a small smile breaking through her usual stern demeanor. "Fear not, Jorin. We all have our demons to face. Perhaps this will be where you face yours." The entrance to the mirrored halls was as grand as it was intimidating. Tall doors of polished obsidian stood open, as if inviting them into the darkness beyond. Taking a deep breath, Lysa led the way, her torch casting long, twisting shadows that mingled with the reflections. Inside, the halls lived up to their name. Mirrors of all shapes and sizes lined the walls, ceilings, and even floors, creating a disorienting maze where up seemed like down and left could be right. Their reflections followed them, sometimes showing not what was, but what had been, or what could be. As they delved deeper, the reflections began to whisper, voices from their pasts, echoing in the vast chamber. Lisa heard her parents' voices, encouraging her, reminding her of the strength she carried. Alric saw visions of his younger days, a reminder of the fiery spirit that still burned within him. Syria faced her exile, the accusations and the fallout, her reflection challenging her to reconcile with her past. Jorin's reflections were the most troubling. He saw himself, not as the confident rogue, but as a young boy, scared and alone, hiding in the shadows to escape a violent past. The mirrors forced him to confront his deepest fears, his insecurities about his worth, and his place in their group. Each challenge they faced in the mirrored halls was unique, tailored to their deepest self-doubts and fears. It was a psychological gauntlet that tested their resolve and their trust in each other. At the heart of the labyrinth, they found the chamber of the Ember of Water. Unlike the fiery trial of the Vermilion Caverns, this chamber was serene, the air cool and moist. A single pool of water lay at the center, its surface smooth and unbroken. "The Ember of Water sees into your heart," Lysa read from her mother's journal, her voice echoing softly. "Show it the purity of your intentions, and it will grant you its strength." One by one, they approached the pool, gazing into its depths. Instead of their reflections, they saw visions of what their efforts could achieve. The revitalization of Eldoria, the restoration of balance and harmony. Moved and motivated, they each took a turn to touch the water, which glowed briefly at their contact. With the Ember of Water rekindled, they left the mirrored halls, each member of the group quiet and contemplative. They had faced their own reflections, their pasts, and their fears, and had emerged stronger. As they set camp that night, under the light of the stars, they shared their experiences, their vulnerabilities laid bare. It was a night of bonding, of understanding, and of fortifying their resolve for the challenges still to come. The journey was far from over, but they were no longer just allies. They were a family, united by their shared trials and their unshakable commitment to their cause. Chapter 11. The Ember of Air. After their harrowing experiences in the mirrored halls, the group's journey led them to the ancient Air Temple, perched high among the cliffs of the Skyreach Mountains. These peaks were said to touch the very heavens, and the temple was a place of profound serenity, a stark contrast to the introspective challenges they had just faced. As they ascended the narrow, winding paths that led to the temple, the air grew crisper, thinner, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant echo of eagles. The climb was steep, and the altitude tested their endurance, but each step brought a new breathtaking view of the sprawling landscapes below, vivid reminders of what they were fighting to protect. Upon reaching the summit, they found the temple to be a structure of elegant simplicity, its stones worn smooth by the winds of countless years. It was an open-air sanctuary, with pillars that seemed to hold the sky itself, surrounded by clouds that drifted lazily past. The Ember of Air is said to be the breath of the world, Alric explained as they approached the temple's center, where a pedestal awaited, empty and waiting for the artifact they had retrieved from the City of Mirrors. Lisa stepped forward, the artifact in hand, a crystalline sphere that seemed to pulse with contained storms. As she placed it on the pedestal, the air around them stirred, a gentle breeze at first that quickly grew into a howling gale. The winds swirled around them, whipping their hair and cloaks. a tangible force of nature that tested their ability to stand firm. But this was no mere physical trial. The winds carried voices, the collective whispers of the past, air wardens, each imparting wisdom and warnings. Lysa listened intently, her heart open, hearing the echoes of her parents' voices among the others. They spoke of balance, of the courage needed to make difficult choices, and of the sacrifices required to maintain harmony. With each word, Lysa felt a deeper connection to the air around her, to the very essence of the element she was striving to rekindle. The test was not only one of strength, but of understanding. To awaken the ember of air, one had to comprehend its nature completely, its freedom, its omnipresence, and its necessity. As Lysa absorbed the lessons of the whispers, she raised her hands, feeling the currents respond to her call. The wind surged one final time, then abruptly calmed, leaving a profound silence in its wake. The crystal on the pedestal glowed brightly, then settled into a steady light, signaling that the ember of air had been successfully rekindled. "We have restored another ember," Lysa announced, turning to her companions, who each bore expressions of relief and newfound respect for the power of air. As they descended from the temple, their path now assisted by gentle breezes that seemed to ease their way, the group reflected on the journey thus far. Each ember rekindled not only brought them closer to their goal, but also deepened their understanding of the elements they sought to balance. That night, as they camped on a lower ridge, away from the biting winds of the summit, they discussed their next moves. The journey had bonded them as a team, each member's strengths and weaknesses coming into clearer focus. "We have faced water, fire and air," Syria noted, her tone thoughtful as she gazed into the campfire. "Only one remains, Earth. And I suspect it will be the most challenging yet." Jorin, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. "Earth is solid, enduring. It will test our resilience in ways we haven't yet faced. But after what we've been through, I believe nothing can break us." Encouraged by their victories and the challenges overcome, the group settled down for the night, the stars above a silent testament to their growing legacy. As Lysa drifted into sleep, the whispers of the wind lingered in her dreams, a soothing reminder of the air's embrace, forever a part of her now. Chapter 12. Betrayal at Duskridge. Having successfully rekindled the ember of air, Lysa and her companions felt bolstered in spirit and purpose as they made their way towards Duskridge, a region known for its sprawling hills and deep, shadowy valleys. It was in these valleys that they expected to find the ancient sanctuary of Earth, where the next ember awaited them. As they journeyed, the terrain became increasingly rugged, with dense forests giving way to rocky outcrops and steep ravines. The mood among the group was cautiously optimistic, each member now seasoned by their encounters with the elements and the trials they had faced. However, an unease began to settle over them as they noticed signs of recent passage, tracks not their own, disturbances in the underbrush that suggested they were not alone in these remote parts. Jorin, ever the scout, heightened his vigilance, his usual banter replaced by a focused silence. Their path took them through a narrow pass at Duskridge, where the shadows grew long as the sun dipped low in the sky. It was here that their journey took an unexpected turn. As they set up camp for the night, Jorin approached Lysa with a grim expression. "I need to speak with you," he said, pulling her aside from the others. "I've noticed something off with Alric. He's been secretive, keeping to himself more than usual. I caught him sending a raven earlier. He might be communicating with someone outside our group." Lysa felt a chill run through her. Ulrich, the wise old wizard who had guided them thus far, betraying them. It seemed unthinkable. Yet, the seed of doubt was planted. "Keep an eye on him," she told Jorin. "We can't jump to conclusions without more proof." That evening, as they gathered around the fire, the tension was palpable. Ulrich seemed oblivious to the suspicious glances, absorbed in studying the scroll. The group's conversation was stilted, each member lost in their thoughts until the silence was shattered by the sudden appearance of a group of armed figures emerging from the shadows. The group was quickly surrounded, and at the forefront was a figure Lysa recognized with a sinking heart. It was one of the merchants from the City of Mirrors, a known associate of the cult of the Shadow Veil. "Looking for this?" the merchant taunted, holding up a familiar-looking scroll. It was Ulrich's. Ulrich stood, his face a mask of resignation. "I did what I thought was necessary to protect us," he said, his voice low. "They promised safety, promised that no harm would come to you if I cooperated." The betrayal cut deep. Joran and Syria were quick to act, defending the group from the immediate threat, their movements a blur of steel and shadow. Lysa, however, stood frozen, her trust shattered. In the chaos that ensued, Ulrich tried to explain, his words lost amidst the clash of swords and the shouts of anger. "I wanted to end this, to negotiate peace with the cult. I thought I could control the outcome. The battle was fierce, but brief. The group's cohesion and combat skills, honed by their many trials, eventually overcame the attackers, but the victory was hollow. The merchant escaped, leaving them with the bitter aftermath of Ulrich's betrayal." That night, after the dust had settled, Ulrich sat apart from the group, a solitary figure, reflecting on his choices. Lysa approached him, her anger tempered by the countless days they had spent as allies. "Why?" was all she could ask. Ulrich looked up, his eyes weary. "Fear," he admitted. "I feared for all of us, for the burden we carry. I thought I could make a deal, save you from further danger. I was wrong." The group decided to let Ulrich stay, but the trust that had once bound them was irrevocably damaged. The journey to the sanctuary of Earth would continue at dawn, but now they were more isolated than ever in their shared quest. A reminder that sometimes the greatest challenges come not from the world around them, but from within. Chapter 13. The Festival of Shadows. Despite the deep-seated betrayal they had experienced at Duskridge, Lysa and her companions pressed onward toward the city of Veilguard, where the annual Festival of Shadows was about to commence. The festival, a celebration that marked the longest night of the year, was rumored to be a gathering point for the cult of the Shadow Veil, offering a rare opportunity to learn more about their plans and perhaps to find a way to undermine them. Veilguard, cloaked in its perpetual twilight due to the towering cliffs that surrounded it, was a city of murmurs and secrets. As they entered the city under the guise of festival-goers, the streets were alive with energy. Lanterns hung from silk threads cast eerie lights, and masks of all shapes and sizes crowded the streets, creating a carnival of anonymity. Syria, who had once patrolled these regions, guided them through the bustling streets. "We need to be careful," she whispered. "The cult's followers are likely everywhere, hidden behind masks and festival cheer." Their plan was straightforward but risky. Joran and Lysa would infiltrate the inner circle of the festival where the cult leaders were rumored to convene, while Syria and a reluctantly forgiven Ulrich provided backup, keeping watch for any signs of trouble. Disguised in masks and festival garb, Joran and Lysa delved deeper into the heart of the celebration. The deeper they went, the more the festive air gave way to something darker. The decorations became ominous, featuring motifs of shadows overpowering the light, and the music turned from merry tunes to haunting melodies. They reached the central pavilion, a grand tent where the elite of the festival gathered. Inside, the air was thick with incense, and the crowd was a swirl of elaborate costumes and whispered conversations. Lysa, heart pounding, scanned the room for any indication of the cult's plans. It was Joran who subtly directed her attention to a secluded corner where a small group was engaged in a heated discussion. Edging closer, they overheard snippets of conversation about the final ember and the dawn of a new age. Capturing this information was crucial. Lysa, feigning intoxication, stumbled closer to the group, her mask concealing her identity. One of the cultists, his mask a grotesque representation of a raven, eyed her suspiciously. "Lost your way, little bird," he sneered, reaching out to steady her. "Perhaps," Lysa slurred, leaning closer as if to steady herself, but really to listen more intently. She caught mentions of a location in the northern wastes and a time for the next gathering, vital pieces of the puzzle. Meanwhile, outside, Syria and Ulrich stayed alert among the shadows. Ulrich's earlier betrayal still hung heavily between them, but the urgency of their mission superseded personal grievances. Suddenly, a commotion at the pavilion's entrance signaled trouble. Recognizing the signal, Syria and Ulrich moved into position, ready to extract their companions. Inside, Joran grabbed Lysa, using the confusion as cover to make their escape. They regrouped at a predetermined rendezvous point outside the city, hearts racing but spirits lifted by the success of their mission. "We have what we need." Lisa breathed, her voice a mix of relief and determination. As they made their way out of Veilguard, the Festival of Shadows continued behind them, oblivious to the crucial information that had just shifted hands. The location and timing of the cult's next gathering would give them the advantage they desperately needed. That night, as they camped in the safety of a secluded grove, the group reflected on the night's events. They had infiltrated the enemy's ranks, gathered key intelligence, and managed to escape unscathed. The road ahead was clearer now, but they knew that the final challenges would be the most daunting yet. Chapter 14: Battle of the Twin Lakes. Armed with the critical information gleaned from the Festival of Shadows, Lisa and her companions made their way towards the Twin Lakes, an area known for its serene beauty and the mystical properties of its waters. It was here, between the mirrored surfaces of these lakes, that the final confrontation with the cult of the Shadow Veil was anticipated. The Twin Lakes, named for their nearly identical size and shape, were connected by a series of small, wooden bridges that arched elegantly over the narrow stretches of water. The lakes themselves were rumored to reflect not just the physical, but the true nature of those who looked upon them, revealing secrets hidden deep within. As they approached the lakes at dawn, the calm waters mirrored the pink and orange hues of the rising sun, a stark contrast to the tension that filled the air. Lisa felt the weight of the impending confrontation, her resolve hardened by the trials they had already overcome. Syria, taking the lead, directed them to set up defensive positions around the main bridge. "If the cult intends to complete their ritual, they'll have to come through here," she said, her voice steady and commanding. Joran and Elric worked quickly to lay traps and hidden wards along the paths leading to the bridge, while Lisa and Syria kept watch. The tranquility of the lake was deceptive, a calm before the inevitable storm. It wasn't long before the first signs of the cult appeared. Dark-robed figures emerged silently from the surrounding forest, their movements almost ghostly as they approached the lakes. The cultists seemed to hesitate at the edge of the water, perhaps wary of the lake's reflective powers. The battle erupted suddenly as a volley of arrows flew from Joran's crossbow, signaling the start of their assault. The cultists, taken by surprise, scrambled to regroup, their initial hesitation giving way to a determined advance towards the bridge. Elric, channeling the elemental power of air, swept several attackers off their feet, sending them sprawling into the shallow waters. Lisa, her staff in hand, focused on disrupting the cultists' efforts to organize, her spells aiming to confuse and disorient. Syria was in her element, her sword a blur as she parried and struck with lethal precision. She moved with a dancer's grace, her armor catching the light of the early sun, a beacon of strength and defiance on the battlefield. The cultists, realizing they were outmatched, began to retreat, but not before their leader, a high priest in a mask of bone, made a desperate attempt to breach the defenses. His power was formidable, dark energy swirling around him as he approached the bridge. Lisa stepped forward to meet him, her heart pounding as she called upon the strength of the embers they had rekindled. The air around her crackled with power, the waters of the lake reflecting her determined visage. The clash between Lisa and the cult leader was intense, each exchange of power echoing across the tranquil lakes. Finally, with a surge of strength fueled by the unity and courage of her companions, Lisa managed to shatter the cult leader's defenses, sending him reeling back. Defeated, the remaining cultists fled, disappearing into the woods from whence they came. The battle was over, but the silence that followed was heavy with the cost of their victory. As they regrouped, catching their breath, Lisa looked around at her companions, each bearing the marks of the battle, but standing strong and resolute. "We did it," she said, her voice filled with a mix of relief and sorrow. "But this is not the end. The final ember still awaits us." Syria nodded, her gaze sweeping over the calm lakes that had witnessed their fierce battle. "Yes, and we will be ready. Together, we have faced darkness and prevailed." As they left the Twin Lakes behind, the reflections in the water returned to showing the peaceful sky and the gentle rise of the surrounding hills. The battle had tested them, tempered them, and as they moved forward, they carried with them not just the hope of rekindling the final ember, but the certainty that together they could face any darkness. Chapter 15: The Ember of Water. After their victory at the Battle of the Twin Lakes, Lysa and her companions continued their journey to the northern reaches of Eldoria, where the ancient Temple of Water was said to reside. Hidden in the depths of the Mistwood Forest, the temple was a place shrouded in mystery, known for its serene pools and cascading waterfalls that supposedly held the power to cleanse more than just the body. The forest was dense and moist, the air filled with the sounds of running water and the sweet scent of moss and wet earth. As they traveled deeper into the woods, the canopy above grew thicker, casting them in a perpetual twilight. Seria led the way, her keen senses navigating the subtle trails of the forest with ease. Jorin and Ulrich followed closely, alert for any signs of danger, while Lysa's thoughts were occupied with the task ahead, rekindling the Ember of Water. According to her mother's journal, the Ember of Water was not just about the physical element, it was about depth, emotion, and reflection. To rekindle it, one must not only face the physical challenges, but also confront personal truths and fears. Upon reaching the temple, they found it to be an open structure, surrounded by pools of crystal clear water. Each pool reflected the sky and the trees around it, creating a tranquil and almost otherworldly atmosphere. The Ember of Water is located in the deepest pool, Ulrich explained, pointing to a large circular pool at the center of the temple. The waters are said to reflect one's true self. You must be prepared to face whatever you see. Lysa nodded, feeling the weight of her journey thus far. She approached the pool alone, her reflection clear on the surface. As she stared into the water, it began to shimmer and change, showing her flashes of her past, her childhood in Gren's Hollow, the discovery of her lineage, and the trials she had faced with her companions. With each memory, the water seemed to ask her a question, not in words but in emotions. Did she regret her choices? What was her deepest fear? What did she truly desire? Lysa confronted each question. Her answers reflected not just in her thoughts but in the very essence of the pool. Finally, the water calmed, and the pool's depths glowed with a soft light. Stepping into the water, Lysa felt a surge of energy, cool and refreshing, as if the water itself was acknowledging her truth and bravery. She reached down, her fingers touching the smooth stone at the bottom, and felt the Ember of Water react to her presence. With a gentle pull, she lifted the rekindled ember from the water, its light bright and steady in her hand. As she stepped out of the pool, she felt changed, not just empowered, but also at peace with the journey she had undertaken. Her companions watched with respect and admiration, knowing that the task had been hers alone, but feeling its success as their own. The Ember of Water has been rekindled, Lysa announced, her voice steady and sure. As they left the temple, the forest seemed to acknowledge their passage, the trees whispering in a language only the wind understood. The journey back through Mistwood was uneventful, but each step felt lighter, the burden of uncertainty somewhat eased. That night, as they camped near the edge of the forest, they discussed their next steps. Only one ember remained, the Ember of Earth, and it promised to be the most challenging yet. But for now, they rested, the sound of a nearby stream lulling them into a peaceful sleep. The Ember of Water safe among them, its light, a gentle reminder of the strength found in vulnerability and truth. Chapter 16, Heart of the Cult. With the Ember of Water now rekindled, Lysa and her companions felt a renewed sense of purpose and urgency. Their next and possibly final destination before confronting the last ember was the stronghold of the cult of the Shadow Veil itself, located in the desolate barren peaks. The information they had gathered at the Festival of Shadows indicated that the cult was planning a significant and potentially devastating ritual that could alter the fate of Eldoria forever. The journey to the barren peaks was arduous, through lands that were harsh and unforgiving. The terrain was stark, with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, reflecting the dark influence that the cult had cast over the area. As they approached the cult's stronghold, a formidable fortress carved into the side of the tallest peak, the mood among the group grew tense. Syria, ever the strategist, laid out their plan under the cover of night. We need to infiltrate the stronghold quietly. Once inside, we split up. Jorin and I will head to disrupt their communications and gather any additional intelligence on their ritual. Aldrich, you and Lysa focus on finding the central chamber. That's likely where they'll be holding the final ember. Lysa nodded, clutching her staff tightly. The weight of their task was heavy upon her, but the trust and unity among her companions bolstered her resolve. They approached the fortress under the guise of darkness, using the shadows to their advantage. Infiltrating the stronghold proved to be less challenging than anticipated, a testament to the arrogance of the cult, which had not expected an attack so soon. The interior was cavernous, with corridors that branched off like the roots of a dark tree. Echoes of chanting could be heard, a distant and ominous sound that guided Lysa and Alric towards the heart of the cult's power. Meanwhile, Serene and Serene made quick work of disabling the cult's communication arrays and sowing confusion among their ranks. Their efforts were crucial in keeping the bulk of the cult's forces disoriented and away from Lysa and Alric. Deep within the stronghold, Lysa and Alric found the central chamber. It was a vast room, illuminated by torches that cast flickering shadows against the walls. At the center, a dark altar held a black crystal, pulsating with an eerie light, the final ember corrupted by the cult's dark magic. The high priest of the cult, the same figure who had led the attack at the Twin Lakes, was there, chanting in a low, guttural tone that filled the room with a sense of dread. Seeing Lysa and Alric enter, he stopped, a cruel smile playing on his lips. So the would-be heroes arrive, but you are too late. The ritual is nearly complete. Lysa stepped forward, her voice echoing in the chamber. We will not let you succeed. The embers belong to Eldoria, not to darkness. As Elric prepared to counter any magical attacks, Lysa focused on the corrupted ember. Drawing on her connection with the rekindled embers of air and water, she began a counterspell, her words weaving through the air, intertwining with the dark energies that pulsed from the crystal. The battle that ensued was not just physical, but a clash of wills and magic. The high priest summoned shadows that crawled along the walls and floor, trying to engulf them in darkness. Ulrich, with his deep knowledge of arcane lore, managed to hold the shadows at bay, giving Lysa the space she needed to complete her spell. With a final determined shout, Lysa's spell reached the corrupted ember, enveloping it in a brilliant light. The dark energy resisted, a storm of shadow and light raging in the heart of the chamber. But slowly, the light prevailed, cleansing the ember of its corruption. As the light subdued the darkness, the high priest staggered back, defeated. The stronghold around them began to shake, the magic that held it together unraveling. Lysa grabbed the now cleansed ember, and together with Alric, they raced back through the crumbling corridor. They reunited with Serene and Serene, just as they escaped the fortress, the structure collapsing behind them in a cloud of dust and debris. Exhausted but triumphant, they looked back at the ruins of the stronghold. The threat of the cult of the Shadow Veil now broke. The victory was significant, but the journey was not over. One final task remained, to rekindle the last ember, the Ember of Earth, and restore full balance to Eldoria. As they set up camp that night, far from the fallen stronghold, they prepared for the final leg of their journey, hearts lighter but aware of the challenges still ahead. Chapter 17, The Last Ember. After their dramatic escape from the crumbling stronghold of the cult of the Shadow Veil, Lysa and her companions were on the final leg of their journey. The last ember, the Ember of Earth, was rumored to reside deep within the Heartstone Cavern, nestled beneath the towering Eldorian mountains. Known for their rugged peaks and treacherous passes, these mountains were the oldest in Eldoria, said to be the very bones of the earth itself. As they approached the base of the Eldorian mountains, the landscape grew increasingly barren, the mountains casting long shadows that stretched far across the land. The entrance to the Heartstone Cavern was hidden, known only to those who understood the old tales of Eldoria's creation, tales that Alric recounted from ancient texts as they made their way. The Heartstone Cavern is not just a test of strength, Alric explained, his voice echoing slightly in the crisp mountain air. It is a test of harmony and connection to the earth. The Ember of Earth is the most grounding of the embers, representing not just the literal ground beneath our feet, but the stability and support it offers. Finding the cavern's entrance required careful navigation through a maze of boulders and hidden trails. But Jorene's keen eyes and Suria's tactical instincts guided them without misstep. As they descended into the cavern, the air grew cooler, and the scent of mineral-rich earth filled their nostrils. The cavern was vast, its walls glistening with crystals and veins of precious ores. Stalactites and stalagmites formed natural columns that added to the grandeur of the underground space. In the cavern's center stood a pedestal, atop which sat a dull, grey stone, the last ember, seemingly lifeless. Lysa approached the pedestal, her heart heavy with the weight of their long journey. She placed her hand on the ember, feeling its deep, unyielding cold. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her spirit to the ember, seeking that connection that had awakened the others. The test of the ember of earth was unlike any they had faced. The ground beneath them began to shake, a low rumble that grew into a deafening roar. The cavern trembled, rocks falling from the ceiling as the earth itself seemed to challenge the intruders who dared to awaken its heart. Syria and Jorin moved to shield Lysa, while Alric chanted protective spells to ward off the falling debris. Amidst the chaos, Lysa's voice was steady, her chant not of command but of harmony and understanding, her words a plea for balance and support. As she spoke, her connection to the ember deepened, and slowly warmth spread through the cold stone under her hand. The tremors subsided, the cavern stilling around them as if listening to her plea. When she opened her eyes, the ember glowed with a rich, earthy light, its energy restored, pulsing with the steady beat of the deep earth. "We've done it," Lysa breathed out, a smile spreading across her face as she turned to her companions. The last ember is rekindled. The journey back to the surface was quiet, each member of the group reflecting on the trials they had endured and the strength they had found within themselves and each other. The balance of magic in Eldoria was restored, but the world they were returning to would not be the same. They had changed it, just as it had changed them. As they emerged from the cavern, the first light of dawn touched the peaks of the Eldorian mountains, bathing the world in a soft golden glow. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and new possibilities. "We have a lot to do," Lysa said, looking out over the landscape that stretched below them, vibrant and alive in the morning light. "But for now, let's go home." The group set off down the mountain, their steps light, their hearts full. The challenges they had faced had prepared them for whatever lay ahead, and they knew that together they could face anything. The embers of Eldoria were rekindled, and with them, hope for a future bright, with promise. Chapter 18, The Last Ember. As the early morning sun breaks over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, Lysa and her companions find themselves at the foot of the ancient volcano known as the Forge of Eldur. The air is thick with the scent of sulfur, and the ominous rumble of the earth beneath them serves as a constant reminder of the perilous journey ahead. They have come a long way, facing countless trials and betrayals, and now the final test looms large before them. The group, weary yet resolute, begins their ascent up the steep, rocky path. The volcano's sides are littered with obsidian shards and flows of dried lava, testament to its violent history. Every step is a struggle against the loose stones and swirling ash, but Lysa's determination is unyielding. She feels the weight of her destiny, knowing that the survival of magic in Eldoria hinges on awakening the last ember. As they climb, Alric, ever the mentor, explains the significance of the volcano. The Forge of Eldur is not just a cradle of destruction, but of creation. The Eldorians believed it to be the birthplace of the first magic, he says, his voice barely audible over the wind. Jorin, eyes scanning for any sign of the cult, adds, "And it's the perfect place for our final stand." The group pauses as they reach the rim of the crater. Below them, a vast lake of molten lava bubbles and churns, casting an eerie glow that bathes everything in a fiery light. At the center of the lake, on a large natural platform, stands an ancient altar. It is there that the last ember awaits, protected by ancient magic and the natural fortress of the volcano itself. But they are not alone. Arrayed around the crater are members of the Shadowvale cult, led by the dark enchanter Morven. His eyes gleam with malevolence as he spots Lysa and her friends. "So, the last guardians come to die," he calls out, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The battle that ensues is fierce and desperate. Syria, wielding her sword with a grace born of redemption, fights her way through the cultists, clearing a path to the altar. Alric conjures barriers of magical energy, to shield the group from the dark spells cast by Morven's acolytes. Jorin, quick and cunning, sabotages the cultists' efforts, using his rogue skills to turn their own traps against them. Amidst the chaos, Lysa focuses on the ancient altar. She approaches it, her heart pounding in her chest, her mind filled with the teachings of Master Corian and the wisdom of the Keeper of Flames. As she places her hands on the cold stone of the altar, she feels a surge of power coursing through her veins. The ember of the volcano, sensing its warden, begins to react. The ground shakes violently, and the lava lake stirs, sending waves of molten rock crashing against the platform. Morven, realizing what is happening, launches a furious attack, determined to stop Lysa at any cost. In the climactic moment, as Lysa channels her newfound abilities, the last ember awakens. A brilliant light envelops her, and a pillar of fire shoots up into the sky, visible for miles around. The power of the ember flows through her, granting her the ability to manipulate the very earth and fire of the volcano. With a defiant cry, Lysa turns to face Morven, her eyes alight with the power of the ember. The final confrontation is short but intense, with Lysa using her mastery over the volcanic forces to thwart Morven's dark magic. Defeated, Morven is consumed by the lava, his ambitions extinguished with him. As the sun sets, casting long shadows over the land, the volcano quiets. Lysa and her companions, exhausted but victorious, look out over Eldoria, knowing they have restored balance to the world. Magic, now rekindled, will flourish once more. In the quiet aftermath, as they prepare to descend the mountain, Lysa contemplates the future. With the embers restored, Eldoria enters a new era. But for Lysa, the journey is not over. She knows that her role as a guardian is just beginning. As they leave the Forge of Eldur behind, the group reflects on their journey, ready to face whatever new adventures await them in the renewed world of Eldur.